Okay, it looks like I am on stream now, finally. And what are we doing today? Let's see here. Okay, so all right, it's actually a little bit late. It's 1:04, but I'm gonna count it from 1 o'clock, and I'm gonna kind of try to do a little bit like I did yesterday, but we will see here. So I am going to be, see, I have a schedule text here, and this bottom one is because of when I started today. So I'm supposed to work till 1:45 before breaking, and then it'll be 5 minute break, and then I think I have a half-hour break in the middle, another 5 minute break. Okay, let's get to work. Let's see. Red's pulled her out of hiding, and Max wants her to use her considerable skills to build an army of werewolves. Red approaches the werewolves, and then they all surround her, and she tells them the wolves she hunted were actually cured of the curse, which is why they're not around anymore. She asks them if they want to be cured, in which they say, "Show us it can be done." Okay, so she has to go back, and she has to go to Max and get him. And honestly, it could be done in one scene. Max could already be there, but I'm doing it this way so I can give some breathing room in between. So Ray gets Max to come meet with the leader of the pack, Rottweiler, and demonstrates the curse removal process on one werewolf who's turned back into man and leaves. They decide to hold Red while they discuss among themselves. After a few days, they bring Red out and tell them of their decision to join Max's army, where some, including Kurt Wolf, Rottweiler's first in command, audibly dissent. I'll have to fix Rottweiler's name. I don't know. Um, you know, it might be interesting if I was doing a live action movie and it was a human and they were called a Rottweiler just because of their um, resemblance to the dog or whatever, or like like a nickname or whatever. A Rottweiler for the werewolf name is kind of so. I'll probably be talking about that here quite a bit every time I kind of look over it because I have this thing with names. Okay, Kurt convinces half of the werewolves to stick with him to go and to fight against Red, commenting on their past history with her. I'm gonna have to bring up the if you remember from yesterday, if you were listening or watching, I went to ChatGPT to actually help me out. Let's see here. What was the last thing? Let's see here. Let's see what it came up with. Pulls her out of hiding, spreads a lie. Meets Rottweiler offering the cure. Max demonstrates the cure on one werewolf. The pack splits. Okay. Rottweiler's faction decides to join Max's cause. Kurt secretly approaches Violet. Okay, so and she doesn't know anything about that, so that's not in her story. So that's why I'm not putting that in there. That's part of Kurt's story. He's doing this behind her back. What she does is the midpoint here is where it's where Rottweiler decides everybody's going to join Max's army, since Rottweiler and good half of the werewolves want to be rid of their curses, while the other half don't actually. They like the power and stuff associated. Demands that more werewolves be cured. Kurt exposes Red's deception in front of the werewolves, creating chaos. Um, so here, ChatGPT has Kurt setting up an ambush for Red in the climax. Hmm. They're gonna have to take care of Rottweiler as well. They're gonna have to take care of those kind of that descent. There's no resolution for Red. She's gonna get disposed of rather rather thoroughly. Um, oh, so the reason I wanted to give a I'd come up with another character that was like a second in command kind of character. Um, because they need somebody to actually see what Red is planning and what Red Max is planning, and I wanted it's like Kurt's gonna come at and say, well, she never intended to cure us. She's gonna leave us on the hook, and then they wouldn't necessarily believe Kurt because he expressed his displeasure about joining Max's army in the first place. So they can't just go by his word. They have to go by something that they can see or that somebody they trust can see or somebody else can see. So that's why I was going to have an extra character in there, and it was going to actually be an extra character. Character it was going to be extra like an NPC or something. I have to think about that for a moment. If you're wondering, I am sleepy as usual. I'm going to try to get to bed in time tonight if I can. Um, okay, let's see. Okay, so Kurt does not want to. At one point, I was going to have Kurt kind of act cowardly too, kind of on purpose to kind of get himself situated properly so he can take over. Um, can't get ahead of myself though. Got to stick to Red. What's going to happen to her? Um, I don't. I'm still thinking a little bit. Yeah, it's kind of hard to come up with something, partly because they're villains, partly because Red is not going to win her fight. You know, you don't usually have movies where the protagonist has his plan and stuff, and then he fails at the end. And likewise, they wouldn't be planning to fail, but they would still fail. So I still have to think of um, I don't know. Mm, oh, you know what? I didn't even. I was gonna post this in. Uh, okay. All right. Everybody's up to date now. Okay. So I'm still trying to think of something that is appropriate. Um, Red is quickly dispatched, and honestly, that sounds like the it still sounds like Kurt's story because it kind of is. Still, yeah. He's not going to convince half the werewolves to stick with him. That's not how that's going to work. He's going to convince them that Max never planned to cure them. He's just going to keep them on the hook perpetually. Um, let's see. Something's got to happen to Red, or Red's got to do something that has to do with I don't know. The significant turning point. I can't think of any significant turning points right now. Um, I really should not stay up. It's just after we like eat and watch TV and stuff, then it's almost like I have to go to bed like almost soon after. So I don't have the time any time to kind of screw around. And if I'm waking up if I'm going to bed appropriate time and I'm waking up early enough, then I'm supposed to be doing yard work. I'm supposed to be working on house cleaning and that sort of thing. I'm not even doing that, but when I'm up and I'm ready, I'm supposed to be doing that, which doesn't leave me much time. Then in the afternoon, I do this, and then at night I watch TV, eat supper, and that sort of thing, and then lather, rinse, repeat. See, Red needs to do something. See, even if let's say I make the plot point, the fact that Red gets exposed, um, that's still motivated externally. In other words, the other werewolves will go and they'll find out the truth and then expose her, and then they can go after her or something. Um, I can't think of it right now. I guess I could always switch to Kurt's story and then come back to hers. Yeah, yep. Here. Let me here. I'm gonna do something here. Let's copy a scene. Let's copy. Duplicate. Let's call this. Of course, you're seeing the on break slime, but I'm gonna call this something else. Thinking. Okay, that's the name of the scene. Let's go into thinking. Let's see. Let's delete these from this. I think hopefully that only means that it deletes it on the duplicate. So on break should still say that, and then this one doesn't. Okay. Now let's add some text. I'm just doing a little OBSing here. Just give me a sec. This is also keeping me awake, so I guess that's a good thing. Text. Where's the text? Text. And let's okay, create new. Okay. Oh, let's just call this thinking text. Okay. And let's say thinking 1, 2, 3, 4. Please wait. That. And let's go ahead and add an outline. That's interesting. It actually puts it on there. And where's the outline? Usually a width for the outline, like outline width. All right. Center horizontally. Okay. Actually, let's transform center to screen. Alright. And let's edit that again. I'm kind of surprised because I thought you could actually thought you could modify that. It's not. Okay. That'll probably do for right now anyways. Okay. So, yeah. Supposed to be, aren't you the one doing disposing? Half. Greetings. Not and foreign TV. Bro, you sound very burned out on this project. What's fun about it still? Honest question. Why are you even doing this thing? I'm not actually burned out. I'm tired today because of I'll say it in the chat. I'm tired today because I was up too late again last night. Not actually burned out on the project. Okay, so my voice should obviously still be on. You should still be hearing it. I'm just saving you from seeing me yawn or whatever. Actually, I'm not yawning though right this second because I'm engaged in something. If I'm just sitting there thinking, sometimes I can just, I could nod off probably, but I'm not, because I'm not sleepy. I still have to figure this out though. I have to come up with a decent second plot point. But right now my brain isn't working right this second. It's not really that. It's part of it is because of the story. There is not much of the story to this part of the story, unless, if she was gonna win somehow, she was gonna become the head or something, or and I should still do it as though she were going to win, because she's ultimately not going to win in any case. But okay, so basically this is how it goes, right? Here, let's go ahead and put this back to this. Okay, so kind of as I kind of have it written here. So your inciting incident for her story. Let's pretending that she was the only story. Like I was writing the story about her, or making a game or whatever. It doesn't really matter. It's how the story goes. Okay, so let's assume that. Hold on. Check something. Hold on. I know I'm supposed to be talking, but alright. Okay. Alright. Sorry, I was just checking something. Okay, so here's the deal, right? And you can tell this is kind of why I'm having trouble here. Okay. So Red kind of has this history with the werewolves of of hunting them down for their pelts, using Grandma to tempt them to come in, and then they basically take and essentially take their hides. We'll just say that the least gruesome way possible. Okay, so so there's an incident with Grandma where Grandma gets eaten, and Red goes into hiding after that, and Max, knowing that she used to have ways of getting werewolves to do what she wants, gets her out of hiding because he ultimately ends up knowing where she is. I haven't really decided how he knows. It might be he used some sort of magic or something when he was trying to figure out how to recruit the werewolves. So basically, he pulls her out of hiding, and then he tells her with her skills he wants her to build him a werewolf army. And ooh, I got a reaction on Redot. Awesome. Anyways, so she gets pulled out, and he tells her he wants her to do that. So uh she goes and meets with him, and basically they all want to kill her because they know who she is. And she gives them some rigmarole, some you know, some story about how she wasn't actually hunting them. They had a spell they were going to use to lift the curse from them, and the ones that never came back, the ones she quote unquote hunted, were cured of their curse, and so they're long gone. And then the leader of the wolf pack, Rottweiler, he uh, he likes this idea. He doesn't want to be a werewolf anymore. He's kind of tired of being hunted, and he's kind of tired of um, all the kind of the bad stuff that comes with being a werewolf, really. And and so he's intrigued by this idea. In fact, he's some a lot of them don't want to be this way anymore. So supposedly, somewhere in their deep past, they were human, and they were initially bit and became werewolves, and they were werewolves like forever. They've been this way forever since that day. Um, so um, and okay, so she asked them if they want to be free of the curse, and of course they want some proof that it can happen because for all they've tried, we're gonna assume that they've had their people like working on this for like generations and not getting anywhere. And so they say, "Show us." And so Red has to go and get Max and bring him back to meet the leader. And so he removes the curse off of one or two werewolves, turns them back into men, and they leave. And then uh, they decide that they're going to hold a meeting to decide whether or not they're actually going to do this thing. And while they do it, they're going to hold Red hostage. She agrees, obviously, and they discuss. And then a few days later, they bring her out to tell her of their decision, and they decide to join Max's army. Now, Kurt Wolf, he's a Rottweiler second in command, and he everywhere he turns, he tries hard to ingratiate himself to kind of suck up to Rottweiler, um, and he um, at times this is where I was gonna like keep uh the cowardly werewolf aspect. Um, I it was just a this whole thing was just based on something that I found funny at the time. I was just thinking, well, what if a werewolf, instead of becoming this like this animal that eats people and attacks people and stuff, what if he was actually cowardly, very cowardly, and so it kind of did the reverse on him. So instead of being super, super aggressive, super hostile, um, he was timid and scared and stuff whenever he became a werewolf. And I thought that would be funny, and it probably would have been. But I realized when I'm making these characters that I'm making too many good guys because ostensibly he becomes a good guy or he is a good guy, and I'm going um, the 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 uh, the villain should at least equal the amount of heroes I have in there. Otherwise, it doesn't seem fair. In other words, if you're in your story, if the heroes are way more powerful than the villains, then there's like there's no contest. There's nothing to there's nothing for them really to fight against. I mean, they can fight, and that would be good. So I figure they should at least be matched, if not outnumbered, so that the good guys kind of look like the underdogs. Well, I'm not really getting rid of any of my characters because I like them. Maybe I should. Maybe that's the point. Maybe that's what I should have done. But so I had I forget why I did it. Originally, I had no. Originally, I had Chester and Nestor. I forget. I forget what was first, Chester, Nestor, or Crooktooth. In any case, I had them outnumbered, and I figured it should at least they should at least be equal. And so what I did this time was I was still coming out with more heroes than villains. And so what I kind of did is here let me check something here because I don't remember what was first. So let's find tooth. Okay. Let's see, bad guys. This is on page 3. So Crooktooth was the original dragon. Actually, I can kind of even count the numbers here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have seven bad guys, and the heroes. Oh, wait, that's the character list. Okay, so we had 7 bad guys, and we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 good guys. Okay, so those were at least they were actually equal then. That's when Kurt was a coward here. I don't know. Maybe I should have stuck with this too. Crooktooth. Yeah, and the one thing that I was going to do is Crooktooth was just mean. He didn't need to be enchanted. And his tooth bothers him, and eventually someone, probably the princess, was going to take this tooth out, and then he was going to become a good guy. And I don't know. Either I found that too corny, or I didn't think it was that good. Okay, so let's go to let's find Chester. Let's see when Chester is. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We still have 7 good characters here. So for some reason, I decided I wanted to split up Crooktooth into two dragons. So this is 7 characters. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And this is also kind of weird. So I wanted to get rid of Red Riding Hood and Kurt because, well, I didn't need to necessarily get rid of Kurt, but Red Riding Hood is a fairy tale character, right? From an actual story. It's a Brothers Grimm. Is it a Grimm fairy tale? Anyways, so I'm kind of like, this doesn't really exactly fit in with the thing in here. The other thing was the gruesome way that she was involved, because previously they they had created a scam where they pretend to be like feeble, like Grandma pretends to be feeble, and Red Riding Hood pretends that she's coming in bringing goodies, and you know how the story goes. But then instead of being eaten by the werewolf or by the wolf, um, Grandma and Red end up taking the wolves for furs, basically for their skins. So I don't know if I thought that was a little too gruesome, maybe, or what. So that would have been 6 characters, but for some reason I thought I would split up Chester and I would split up Crooktooth into 2 characters, a good and a bad. So now we're outnumbering. We're let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we're outnumbering the villains by 1. So now I'm thinking, the good guys should at least seem like an underdog, right? I mean, I could leave them balanced. I could have left them the old way, and then when I was looking at the things here, I was going, maybe I want both Chester and Nestor in there. After all, so that's where I came up with the current ones. And I have to do this kind of off the top of my head uh, because I haven't actually wrote down like the new characters, like a list of new characters here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we have. Why do we have 6? I know I have 7. Okay, what's going on here? Nestor? Uh, Now it's technically that's only 7. What the? So now I'm still kind of messed up here with the amount of characters I have. I shouldn't do that, but okay. Chester, Sir William, Roland, the Count, Princess Karen. You were out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I got 7 of those. Okay. Bad guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And Nestor makes 6. Nestor isn't technically a bad guy. Okay, so yeah. So I have 6. So I'm still doing it. I got 7 good guys still, and I got 6 bad guys. Only. Oh, that's right, because I don't have Crooktooth in here. Okay, 6 bad guys. So when I add in Crooktooth, now it's 7 and 7 again, right? Um, but here is the problem. Nestor isn't really a bad guy, and he's got the steel, and basically Nestor is just mean because he grew up alone, and he wanted some friends and stuff, and he didn't have it, so he was always acting mean. So he also escaped the enchantment of the dragons, which made him hostile because he's already kind of hostile. But he isn't actually strictly a bad guy. And so when Chester and Nestor meet finally, they find out that they're long lost twin brothers. Okay, I know it sounds kind of goofy, corny, whatever. This is but this is a goofy, corny story, and so I guess I don't mind that much. Okay, so what I have here then is I have the 7. Okay, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then Cryptooth makes 7. So I have 7 and 7. And then I went, well, the problem here is that Nestor isn't really a bad guy. In fact, he's almost he could almost be a non-player character. Honestly, he might become a non-player character. He's kind of the main character, sort of, but he's not. I don't know. The count's gonna want to find a mate, and she's gonna be a non-player character. And then I already had this deal with the cook helping the princess out in the Enchanted Land Hotel, and she's actually a non-player character as well. I might make her the count's mate, but she's still not a main character. In other words, you don't get to play her if she's a good guy, and the bad guys don't get as much time. Okay, so if I take okay, so let's say I take Nestor away. 1, 2. I replace him with Crick2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I still have 6 characters now. So now over here I have 7 good guys and it's only 6 bad guys. So that's when I was deciding that first of all that that's another thought though. I'll tell you what I'm thinking here in a second. Just somebody else is chatting here. And Greggy and me just working on Red's story, one of the characters in the game. Okay, so where was I? Oh yeah. So Nestor isn't really a bad guy; he's a good guy. That means that they've got 8 good characters. If I want to include Nestor, because he's not strictly a bad guy. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that means there's 8. Now the bad guys still have 6. And so what I was going, okay, so let's rebalance that out a little bit. Let's bring Red back in, and I'll still hint that she's Red Riding Hood from the fairy tale, but I won't say it directly in the game. So in the game, you'll just be playing her. Her name is Scarlet Clover. Her nickname's Red because she's a redhead. She probably wears red, a Red Riding Hood, probably red cape or something, maybe red hoodie, whatever. So and then so that if they're left with 6 bad guys, and then I add her back in, that's 7. But really, she was kind of the counter to Kurt. But instead, what I'm going to do is I decided I'm going to make Kurt the quote unquote cowardly werewolf into not a coward, but instead he's the second in command in the wolf pack. He wants to lead the wolf pack. So his whole deal is to kind of act kind of timid, submissive, whatever you want to say, underneath Rottweiler, who's the leader of the wolf pack. And I'll think up a better name than Rottweiler. I'll try, at least I'll try. Until then, Rottweiler is his name. Anyways, so Kurt kind of sucks up to him. He acts like a coward, and I don't know if that will even manifest in the game. In fact, you might not even see it because there's going to be a ton of stuff around here, and in the scheme of things, even though they're important to the story, they're really not that important. So. Okay, so basically, Kurt he likes the power that it gives him being a werewolf, and Red is promising the wolf pack that she can rid them of this curse, but to do so they need to work for Max, and so that's kind of where we're at now, where Red is So Kurt doesn't like Red very much. That's not really true. It isn't that Kurt has a problem with Red so much. It's that eventually they're going to find out that Violet has a grudge against Red, and that she uses Kurt to do it. And what Kurt wants is he wants to control the Wolf Pack. So that's where we're at here now. So we're doing Red's story as if she's hers is the sole story that we're telling. So, um, oh dang, I'm supposed to break it down. When I start talking, when I get into talking, I start to really go. So I don't know. Maybe I'll just continue on this and not break until whatever I decided was going to be my long break in here. Because apparently I can't stick to the schedule, especially when the bar taskbar or whatever you want to call it, or panel Linux panel, it auto hides, and I have it auto hidden on purpose so you don't really see a bunch of stuff pop up. But I'm finding that I still need to look at it quite a bit. In any case, I was supposed to break at 1:45, supposed to come back at 1:50, and then work till 2:35. So maybe I'll just work for till 2:35 right now. Anyways, let's get back to the story. Okay, so um, after the incident with Grandma happened in Red's past, she's been in hiding, and she's uh with her with her werewolf hide scheme that her and Grandma had going. She had plenty, so she could basically pay off the gnomes to be able to hide out in their kingdom. And it's basically their mines. They have mines also, but it's not as good as the dwarves. But Max, he needs her now because he wants to build up the army. He's got armies of all kinds of things, witches and werewolves. Not vampires, because most of the vampires were hunted, and vampires are really not that bad of people there in Enchanted Lands. They're different than everybody puts on. But Max wants all these armies because he's going to go into the different realms when he finishes the Omni Gate, which is going to open all the portals to everywhere. And so he can go in, and he's got these massive armies to go in and basically take over different realms. Okay, so he wants her to recruit these werewolves. Now, these werewolves have a history with Red, because Red has been hunting them for a while, and she's been in hiding for a little while because of what happened. And so when she confronts them, they're about ready to, chow down, if you know what I mean. They're about ready to get rid of her quick. But she gives them a song and dance about how all the hunted werewolves were actually cured with this spell, and they want to see this. They want to see if this spell can be lifted, because apparently, like I said, they've been working on this for quite some time. So, um, and you're okay. So now we're up to our first plot point, our turning point, or whatever you want to call it, story point, where she gets Max to come and meet with the leader of the pack, and he demonstrates the curse removal process. And then they have to decide. So they hold her for a few days. Now, I admit that this plot point isn't really very strong, but considering how much playtime or screen time we're going to give these characters, it doesn't really need that much, because we're going to be switching around a lot. So I think this is still okay. Plot point 1 is fine. It's the meeting. It's where they do the decision. And then the midpoint basically is when they agree. However, there's a few that dissent. For one thing, Kurt doesn't want to turn back human. He likes the power of being a werewolf. He likes to invoking fear in everyone. He likes to be able to hunt and do, whatever, pretty much whatever he wants. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to go back. Um, but after this big meeting of all the werewolf, let's say they're clans or whatever. Let's say I don't know, they um, you know the wolf pack is collectively referred to. The wolf pack as all of them. Let's say they have clans, and all the clans get together. They discuss among themselves. They come back out. They all decide that they're going to join Max's army because a majority of them do want to get rid of this curse. Okay, and of course, Kurt Wolf and a few of his followers and guys, they don't want to do that. In fact, they would rather Rottweiler be put out of the way so that maybe somebody else stronger could go take his place. And then, so that's now where I'm at. So that essentially that's the midpoint. The midpoint is when they decide that they're going to join Max's army. Okay. Plot point 2 has got to be kind of another turning point, or at least it's got to be, I don't know, something substantial. I mean, it doesn't have to be big or a lot or whatever, but it's got to be something that's clear. That's a clear story point here. And I think ChatGPT suggested that Red gets exposed for what she is. In other words, they go and they remind her that she's the one that they hunted, and maybe, hey, maybe that's the thing. I just kind of figured this out too. Let's say for a moment that you're playing the villains like I was going to do originally, which I still could do or might do. I don't know if I will do that or not. I don't want somebody to expect to be able to like change the outcome of the story. I'm still telling a mostly linear story. Non-linear way, I mean, I'll have things where if you get stuck on one thing, you can switch to another character, and then you can do their thing for a while, and certain things rely on other things, and it'll keep it interesting enough that it doesn't get boring or you don't get really stuck. So, so plot point 2 is when Red is discovered to be lying, and they reveal that. Now, that is okay for a plot point, a story point. And now, what do we have? Maybe we should have like a little mini battle. I realize that not everybody can have a battle, at the end of their story. But what if she's exposed here, and the climax is when I say Red finds out, but this is part of the other part of the different part of the story. So they find her out, and then this time they want to decide who's gonna rule who, and they decide to fight against each other. The two clans, or the two rival factions. Two rival factions have a battle where they fight it out, and let's see, right, and then we could say in the end, Rottweiler is deposed. He's beaten up or beaten or whatever, and so are his followers. So are the guys. And then what's left? They want to. Yeah. See. Okay. So this sort of intrudes on a different story, though. See this, and this is where the problem lies here. Okay, so if they do this thing where they have this fight and they get rid of the faction that that wants to return to being human, and I forgot what that was. Uh, let's think of this for a second. They fight against each other. Okay, so the way Kurt becomes leader of the pack uh, is by the fight and not by Violet. Violet is the right hand woman of Max. Okay, so Max is our main villain. Violet is his Maul, you might say, and she does a lot of stuff for him. And she ends up making a deal with Kurt to let him lead the Wolf Pack if he gets rid of Red, and that's part of his story. But Red's story isn't that. Red's story is that I guess I didn't have a clearly defined goal for Red, other than the fact that she um, let's see, other than the fact that she wants to recruit them into Max's army. So if I do this ways, um, if I do it this way, what was the problem here? Sorry, brain's going out again. Um, it's like I'm forgetting stuff or whatever. You know, I can survive on a few hours sleep, but I don't run optimally without the sleep. Let's just say that. But okay, so there'd be no need for Kurt to have the assurance of Violet to run the Wolf Pack if he's already taken care of it, if he has already taken control. So that kind of removes that story about him becoming leader of the pack. Because Violet is supposed to put him in charge, not he himself is not being, he's not putting himself in charge. I guess. I mean, I could do that, and that would make more sense maybe, but then it kind of doesn't work out for having this kind of subplot where Kurt gets rid of Red. He doesn't have a reason to get rid of Red. I mean, other than him not liking her. Now I was also going to do a thing where he was the one that actually ate Grandma, and she'll find out at the end. So so yeah, so now I just sort of have a thing. So if I okay, so let's just do this first. For plot point two, we'll say Red is discovered to be lying. Um, not about to be lying. About them all getting cured. Okay, so Red is discovered. And Red is discovered. Let's see. Kurt wants to dispose of her personally, right? Um, dang. See, I'm kind of stuck here. This is where I'm stuck. And that's why I was saying I was trying to think here a little bit. Maybe that's what I should do, though. Maybe I should go and, what is that? Software update? Oh. Um, maybe I'll go back to the thinking, the the thinking card here. My mic will still be on, but I may not be responding for a couple of minutes, so I can think this through, so I can figure this out. Check my phone. Supposedly, Spectrum, my internet service provider, will increase the speed up to 400 megabits per second. I think I'm already at 300. And um, supposedly, if I get new equipment, it'll go to 400, from 300 to 400. I'm almost wondering if they have a plan that's less. Maybe go back down to 100 megabits a second. Maybe I'll have to do some less things, lower resolutions or something on YouTube videos or whatever. But it might be cheaper because I'm paying quite a bit now and I'm almost running out of money. So, anyways, that's not important to this. So, okay, so I'm still thinking. So yeah. So I have this kind of weird little story dilemma thing where I'm still having to think up a deal for Ren. What if I was just doing her story and as if she's gonna win, and then I change it to where she doesn't win, and that would still kind of work out. You know, this is what I was saying about Kurt. I was saying the whole thing could be about them. Kurt could be searching for the way to expose Red that she was lying the whole time, and then when she does, the whole Wolf Pack turns on her. And that doesn't really jive with the fact that Kurt himself is supposed to be the guy that gets rid of her. Now, obviously, Violet doesn't care how he gets rid of her. And actually, I don't care how he gets rid of her either. That's not the point. The point is if... Thinking, please wait, yes. Okay. We want to see the thinking. Don't be OpenAI. Yeah, I don't know if OpenAI is thinking though, so that's the point here. Mostly the reason I'm doing this is so that you don't see me falling asleep in my chair. That's what I'm putting this up for. All right, doesn't matter because I'm not actually really doing anything here. I'm just trying to run this through in my head. I'm trying to think of a story. I don't think Open AI requires much thinking. Anywho, so okay. Okay, so the problem I have here is this fight thing, which wasn't in an original story anyway, so it was just something I was thinking of would be good as a, like this climax to this, but really I should be thinking of her story. Her goal here, her main goal is to recruit the army for Max and convince them, and I need to figure out how how she can convince him. One of the things that I did is tell him of this cure. So this cure is a big lie. Well, it's not really a lie because basically Max can cure them, but he's not going to. He doesn't have any interest in doing that. He's only interested in his goal, which is to conquer the realms. That doesn't involve turning worlds back into humans because he needs them for to be one of the armies that he has marching through. Um, so even if Kurt exposes everything, even if everything goes belly up, um, Red would still need. Is it's almost as if Red. You can almost think of her as an anti-hero, right? Um, if they have a mind to, they could eat her. They could dispose of her pretty quickly. So she's got to find a way of making them not want to do that, and instead want to fight for Max. Maybe against her heroes. Maybe there's a thing of saying that the ones who hunted are those kind of people. And so maybe she gets them into a frenzy, saying, if you stay with Max, he's going to give you a chance to be able to do what you want with these guys, which would be an incentive. Um, yeah, I don't know. It's almost like if um, it's almost if I'm like doing like this psychological study. Let's say I was making a deep psychological deal about Red Riding Hood and about maybe it's some sort of a deal where she tries to redeem herself for killing so many werewolves or something, you know. And I'm not talking about this as for my story. I'm just talking about if I was doing a story like this by itself as a story of some sort. Um, and her point was really to make friends with the werewolves whom she basically hunted back in the day. What does that look like? How does she convince them? What's gonna line in her way? What can I do with these plot points that give a twist and a turn to her story? You know, um, she needs it in. I mean, this the way this is set up is fine. All right. Inciting incident. She gets brought out of. She gets brought out of. Let's say she gets brought out of retirement, and there's she needs to make peace with the werewolf somehow, and that's part of the story. So first, she has to actually find him, and then obviously she has to convince them not to eat her, or not to kill her, basically. And she does that. Maybe I could just kind of move this stuff up a little bit. Maybe that's the point. I don't really like. Okay, so again, movies and maybe even books, but more movies than anything is I kind of hate this little kind of pacing problem, and a lot of it, like I used to say, a lot of comedies used to have this problem where they focus on funny stuff and they don't get to the actual meat of the story till the end of the movie, basically. If you've ever watched Paul Blart Mall Cop, it's mildly humorous, but they do a bunch of stuff at the beginning. The first half of the movie is just Kevin James doing goofy stuff. Some of it not even really that funny, even though the movie's kind of okay. And then about halfway through, then it becomes like a Die Hard. It's like he's trapped in the mall, and there's these guys that want to steal the money, and I'm real sure when I'm not sure if it was him that wrote it, whoever wrote Paul Blart. Uh, I think it was their intent to make a sort of a comedy Die Hard, so to speak. I mean, it's not really like Die Hard, but the story is similar because all these guys are in there, they're holding hostages, and really they're in it to steal the money, and that's what they're doing. It's later revealed. but it takes so long in pacing of the story. Not that it takes so long in time necessarily, but it takes so long to get to that point that it's not as satisfying. So it's like usually it's like the halfway point when they take over the mall and Paul Blart is trapped and stuff. And at the actual Die Hard movie, if you remember, everything kind of happens in like the first few minutes or whatever. They go and we're introduced to John McClane on the plane. He's going up to this party that his wife um, is going to, and they invite him over, and he doesn't want to go there, and so he's a little bit nervous. He doesn't like to talk, so he's kind of just chilling when these guys come in and start shooting people and taking these guys in the party hostage, and to get to Nakatomi or to get to what Takagi or whatever his name is, um, and to be able to get the codes to the vault basically. And so all of this stuff is kind of, the pacing is good, that's front loaded. So the introductory stuff and the kind of the busy work is in the first 15 minutes or so. Then the thing happens, and then your first plot point there is when Hans Gruber comes in and takes everybody hostage, and he wants he kind of seems like a terrorist at first, and then he talks to Takagi um, in the meeting room or whatever, and all he wants is the money. So your first plot point in that story is really the revealing that Hans Gruber is not actually a terrorist, right? And that all he wants is money. And so then he dies, and then things get thrown into chaos. But in like a Paul Blart, at least maybe if I went and rewatched it, and maybe if I looked at the screenplay, I'd it would be maybe a little less noticeable. But all I remember is that the pacing was pretty slow. Like there wasn't really much going on other than um, Kevin James being a goofball, which is not bad, I guess, if you like his comedy. But then it doesn't really kick off until halfway through the movie, and that's the difference. So the difference here between Die Hard and Paul Blart Mall Cop is that the bad guy reveals himself in the first plot point. That's the first story point. Is that uh, whereas in Paul Blart, uh, they don't reveal themselves until like probably halfway through, like when they should have already done it. So that's why I keep on trying to push this back, these plot points back here, right? So Red is pulled out of hiding. Red approaches the werewolves, and then she lies to him. Um, and then they want to be shown. Well, in reality, maybe this is all too much for just one dealie. Maybe I should push this back up. The pacing might be off, but since this is a game, and since there's so many different characters, always they're each their own stories, that maybe it won't matter as much. It'll fill in, and it'll kind of it will still kind of work. So if I maybe that's what I should do here. In fact, the first thing I'm actually doing today, I'm actually getting it done. So maybe I'll do that. In fact, that's kind of almost how ChatGPT had it, sort of. So uh, if I do this, the inciting incident is just her being pulled out of hiding. Then if I do this, Red approaches the werewolves. She asks them if they want to be here. They say, show us. Okay. Then the midpoint here, then this can be the midpoint. Red gets Max to come meet the leader, demonstrates the curse removal process. Here. Actually, this might have been something that I should have recorded here. If you don't mind me repeating, those that are listening or watching the stream, I'm going to do this exactly just what I did, except for all the extra talking. Here. We're gonna start with that, and I'm gonna start recording because I want to get this process here into one of my update videos. I should have thought of this earlier, but that's the way it goes. So I'm going to go from this point on, and so yeah, just give me a few seconds. I'm gonna repeat a few things, and then we'll go on from there. Okay, so again, I don't have a problem. I don't have really a point for plot point 2. She's discovered, and then 2 packs fight against each other, and this way Kurt becomes leader without Violet's help. And there's supposed to be a thing where he goes behind Rottweiler's back, and so what I'm going to say is I'm going to push up all of the plot points. And the reason that I had it this way is because I wanted to make sure that everything was pushed up so it was faster paced. But considering this is a game, considering we have many characters and many stories, I'm actually going to punch this up here. So what I'm going to do here is this is going to be plot point 1 here. Red approaches the werewolves. Okay. And then they want to see the curse get done. Okay. And so the midpoint here is this. Red gets Max to meet leader of the pack, Rottweiler, demonstrates the curse removal process on one werewolf who's turned back to the man and leaves. They decide to hold Red while they discuss among themselves. Now this is going to be plot point 2. That kind of actually makes more sense, too. It's a more solid dealing. This is their decision. And see, and this is why I had the problem. This is why I moved it back, though. I moved it back because dealing, figuring out that he can actually remove the curse should not be the midpoint. It should be the first plot point, actually. Oh, that's weird. Have that in the inciting incident, not the first plot point. Well, how about, okay, so if we're doing this like a cliffhanger, if we're ending each point on a cliffhanger, why don't I take this, okay. Okay, let's see here. Inciting incident. Red approaches the werewolves who don't look too welcoming as they surround her. Something like that. Okay. Now. Plot point 1. So that way there'll be an in-between time. In other words, you'll be switching character, or there'll be something else going on, or whatever. Plot point 2, plot point 1. Red lies and tells them they were never hunted, but they were cured. And says they can be cured too if they decide to join Max's army. Okay. So even that's a little bit weak because that could all this could all happen in like one scene basically, and it might happen in one scene. But this is I guess what I'm gonna go for it. Uh, gets Max to demonstrate um, demonstrate the curse removal process on one werewolf. Okay. They then hold red. They then hold red hostage while they decide, and afterwards decide to join Max's cause. Okay, so now I'm back where I started. All right. Okay, I'm not recording that anymore, but I'm gonna put that little bit in the little update. Okay, so now we're kind of still back where we started from. See, and I still didn't. I'm getting kind of annoyed here. I might have to like completely rethink how I do this. Well, maybe not. Maybe this works. Let's see. Um, well, they decide. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to remove this lying part here. Um, after a few days, they bring Red out and tell them the decision to join Max's army. Okay, so the second plot point. Okay, so it looks like she won almost here. Audibly dissent. Okay. Now there's still a climax. Okay, so there's still a thing here. Kurt is going to end up getting rid of Red and become the leader. Oh, okay. So here's the thought. I just figured it. I figured this out. Let's actually do a little recording of this too here. Hopefully, it won't be too much editing. But okay. So I guess I kind of figured this out. Okay. So the second plot point now is where they decide to join Max's army. Now, climax here. Uh, the climax is how Kurt gets rid of Red, but this is from Red's perspective. She's about ready to, and she starts to leave to go find Max. We'll say to go join Max because he's probably still, he's probably in the castle somewhere or something, or he's somewhere. Kurt jumps out of the bushes. Kurt jumps out of the bushes. Uh, Uh, they struggle. Red struggles as they tumble into the brush. They tumble into the brush. That's not technically a resolution exactly, but this kind of fulfills a thing here. Climax and resolution sort of go together. This is sort of weak, but at the same time, it's not weak enough that it's bother me. So, she's not heard of again. And, which you're going to find out later, because you're going to find out in Kurt's story, when I go to Kurt's deal, he basically goes in and disposes of her, and then he comes back to Violet and says it's done, she's gone. And then she gives control of them to Kurt, and then Kurt goes in and he's got his whole resolution and everything fixed there. So that works pretty well. So okay, so I finally got the main story here, the main plot outline working now, I think. And yeah, I guess it's still a little weak in some areas, but that's kind of okay considering of all the stuff we have going on here. So okay, so this is the completely deciding incident, right? Red is pulled out of hiding, and Max wants her to use her considerable skills to build an army of werewolves. Red approaches the werewolves, who don't look too welcoming as they surround her. Plot point one: Red lies and tells them they were never hunted, but they were cured, and says they can be cured too if they decide to join Max's army. Red gets Max to demonstrate the curse removal process on one werewolf. They then hold Red hostage while they decide. Plot point two: After a few days, they bring Red out and tell them their decision to join Max's army, where some, including Kurt Wulf, Rottweiler's first in command, audibly dissent. As she starts to leave to go join Max, Kurt jumps out of the bushes. Red struggles as they tumble into the brush. The end. The end to that. Okay, so now let's go to the subplot here. What time is it? Oh, okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and actually take my break here. So hopefully you guys will rejoin me. At least, hey, at least I got this part done, right? At least we got it done, got it out of the way, and now I got to work on the subplot, which shouldn't be as hard as the main plot. We'll see, and we'll see what it's about, and when I get back. So yeah, so I'll be back in a little bit. It may not be 10 minutes. It may be. I think I have like 30 minutes on here, like a 30-minute break. I think that's the way I have it set up. Come on. Oh. 210 to 240. And no, 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 no. Oh, that's no. Wait a second. Even oh, come on. Come on now. Okay, there. I might have to make sure the panel is comes back in here. I was supposed to take a break at 1:45, 1:50. Work on game till 2:30. Oh. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, weird. Okay, 2:35 to what? 3:05? 3:05. That's gonna work. 3:05 to 3:50. 3:50 to 355. Break. I guess I totally kind of screwed up. Just because the way I wrote this was incorrect. 355 to 355 to 4 o'clock. That'd be 440, and that's not what's gonna go on here. Okay, I'll just do this short. Um, hmm. 150 to 235. That's 45 minutes. Okay. 235 to 305. It's half hour. All right, whatever. I'll be back at around 3, and then we'll see about that. So, okay. Thanks. On break. Uh, let's edit the text here. Back in about 30 minutes. Okay. And there we go. And thanks for watching and listening so far. And I'm going to go ahead and cut the mic out. I'm going to get me some more coffee because it sounds like there's coffee ready. And then I'll be back in about 30 minutes. I'm going to try to make sure that I am on time at 3. We're going to say 3 o'clock. Okay, I am back. Welcome back. Yeah, so it took longer than 30 minutes. Dumb of me. Actually, it wasn't dumb of me. Uh, we had a pot of coffee, and when I looked inside it, had a bunch of baby spiders in the pot. So I had to, pour it out, clean everything, make a fresh pot, and by then it was almost time for me to come back. So I don't know. I decided to stay another 30 minutes or so, and you know how it goes, I guess. Uh, if you know anything about me, basically, you know how it goes. Anywho, here. Let me check. I need to answer somebody's question. Uh, yes. Blender. Blender, and then game dev, and on internet. Then I also post in several Discords and on X. At least for the time being. Okay. I don't know why I put a hyphen in your name, but okay. And under out. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, so we've actually got I'm not recording, I'm not good. And everything I'm in sync, right? Sync. Okay. Here, here. Pardon me for a sec. Uh everything looks good? Good. Okay. Okay, so the plot outline, it's a sort of thing, kind of, but it's also kind of because of the nature, there isn't a lot to do in a sense. So her main plot, she gets pulled out of hiding, she approaches them, then she tells them they weren't hunted, and they seem to buy it, but they want proof. I'll. I mean, I don't. I could put they want proof in there, but I don't think I need to. But that's what happens in the first plot point here. Red gets Max to demonstrate curse removal process. Then they hold her hostage while they decide. And then they bring Red out and tell them their decision to join. Okay. Um, Client. Yeah. So it's almost like it happens in one scene. So it's not really a. Yeah. I mean, it's not that big of a thing, I guess. She starts to leave to join Max, and Kurt jumps out of the bushes. Red struggles as they tumble into the brush. Okay. Now, the original subplot, she wants to seduce Max. She wants to take Violet's place. But I think I kind of changed her subplot a little bit. Searching for the werewolf that ate Grandma, she finds out it was Kurt who ate her grandma and confronts him. And he then grabs her, heads in the woods, and after a few short screams, is never heard from again. Okay. That's not really much of a subplot either. It is kind of, but it's not really fleshed out, is it? But that's kind of all right. Why? Because I don't want to spend that much more. In fact, almost like I said, Red is almost like a side character, like almost like an NPC, really. And she may be an NPC anyways, but that's kind of beside the point. It's kind of like Nestor. Nestor is almost a side character. Chester. It's Chester's story, really. Um, I could have made it Nestor's story. I could have made nah, because he's mean and stuff, and so he's kind of like he's not really technically a bad guy, but so it's Chester's story. Chester's story to I don't know get rid of his bully or something. I don't like that term bully either because they call bullies out like some big deal, and I know to some kids bullying is a big problem, but there was some. If you look at the history of the big campaigns against bullying, uh, you're gonna find out some liberal shenanigans going on. Because when I was a kid, we had bullies too, and they beat us up and stuff. And either they grew out of it and it stopped happening, or we stood up to them, and sometimes they became our friends. I've seen that before. It's even happened to me really. A kid who was kind of picking on me, and then when I finally stood up to him, I guess he had respect for me or something, and we became friends. And so I know that happens too. But this newer bully stuff, so I'm kind of hesitant to call Nestor a bully, even though that's kind of what he is. He sort of picks on Chester and stuff, and so but Chester kills him with kindness. He's he's optimistic. He loves going on sightseeing trips, and he likes shiny objects. And he likes giving others shiny objects, as evidence as when he gives Nestor a present, and that melts his heart, so to speak. And that sounds kind of weird to say, but they become friends, and then they find out that they're brothers, long lost twin brothers, twin dragon brothers. I don't know, it sounds weird, but that's the way that works out. Okay, so instead of trying to seduce Max, we're going to do this. Um, um, let's see. So, okay, so my original idea was that Red went into hiding after the grandma incident, but really, she is not hiding in fear. She's piecing together the mystery of which one disposed of grandma, and so um, and that's why she was in hiding. And that's also, I guess you can say why Max knew where she was, because she didn't really keep it secret from him. She just simply kind of disappeared for a little while, kind of on purpose. It doesn't drag on too long. All good, however. No pressure. Yeah. Oh, oh, I'll try. Um, I've got most of Kurt Wolf's stuff worked out. I just got to type it out. I'm just generating a subplot outline for Red, um, and then it will be ready to be inserted into the main plot outline. Okay. Inciting incident. Um, Scarlet Red Clover has has been in hiding ever since Grandma got eaten by a werewolf. Let's see. Max comes to get her to do something for him. But instead of being in fear, she's been busy piecing together who did it. When Max comes to call, she's actually ready and agrees to try to raise Max's werewolf army. Okay. This is when she was going to be like, she's going to seduce him and stuff and try to take place of Violet. And here it's more like just Violet's kind of jealous, and there's not exactly a love triangle in here. I didn't want to go that kind of serious, although Grandma being eaten is pretty dark, but I'll kind of handle it more like a jokey kind of way, and you're not going to see anything gruesome or anything like that, and it won't be descriptive or anything. So just be something that happened. Instead of being, she's been. Uh, okay. Um. Now let's see here. It'll probably intersect the main plot. This inciting incidences are intertwined. Plot point one is she tries to coerce them into joining, or she tries to talk them into joining. So down here, while trying to talk the werewolves into joining Max's army, she's been profiling each member of the wolf pack. So the big midpoint is basically she tries to let's see. I don't have to be real strong in this, other than she's got to be able to do something like a happening or an event or something. Set a time limit so Parkinson's law doesn't bite you. Yeah. Um, I had decided the end of February, which has just started, which is fine. Should be about the time I should at least have I should have the plot outline created and then streamlined. Originally, it would have been January, but since I'm doing so much more here, it's taking over here. It's taking longer, but I figure that the other parts should speed up since this is about the longest this is going to go. And really, I think, really I'm talking about the first choose your own adventure phase, because every subsequent phase after that is going to be quicker, sort of. Well, it won't be quicker when I get to the content, when I get to like having to draw backgrounds and animations and maybe 3D models, depending on how I do that, and all that kind of stuff. So actual content is going to take a while, but this stuff is preliminary stuff, so that the whole story is kind of locked down and basically. Okay. She ends up eliminating most of the werewolves that want to be free from the curse, leaving Kurt and his followers. Now he's been audibly dissenting, which means he's been making his voice heard, which means he's probably not acting cowardly at this point. So maybe the whole cowardly angle, maybe the whole cowardly angle isn't gonna work at all. Then he's just a werewolf. Uh, Now, um, okay. Um, After an exhaustive search, she finds that Kurt is the culprit. It's about uh, finds out Kurt is the culprit. It's about to use the magic mirror to contact Max when Kurt confronts her. Um, ooh, ooh. Maybe. Aha. I just thought of something that let's push this back a little bit. Uh After and okay. I guess just a copy. Interesting little thing here. Well, No, that wouldn't work either. Golly. Okay, so I was thinking, wouldn't it be interesting to kind of up this a little bit by maybe she finds out that uh, maybe she finds out that Max is the one that instructed him to do it. That in reality, yeah, I could still do that though. Kurt is the culprit. Confronts her. Uh, Kurt then confirms it, but also mentions how it was Max who ordered it. Um, in order to be able to control her. So, okay, so here's the thought process. The thought process is everybody still hearing me now, right? Ever since I got the secondary monitor set up here, I keep looking over to the side now, so you're gonna see me looking up to the side a lot instead of looking at the camera, which I kind of used to do more of. But at least I guess I'm keeping most of the stuff that I don't want on screen at the time out. But anyways, okay, so Max knew that he would need this werewolf army, and he knew let's see, how does it work? I might have just kind of ruined my own story, but he knew that she wouldn't stop searching for her grandma's killer, and he kind of counted on that. So, so in order to get her to actually work for him, essentially. In fact, her being in hiding, regardless of whether it was for fear or for a purpose, uh, knew that he always meant that he always knew where to find her, and so supposedly uh, he had ordered Kurt to take care of Grandma so that she would be out of the way. Maybe, and I'm not going to put this in here because it's just it's extraneous. You might say extraneous lore. I could put it somewhere in as a note or whatever. But maybe Grandma uh, always objected to her being infatuated with Max. You know, maybe Grandma didn't really like, even if she was kind of a bad sort, seducing werewolves and then taking their hides to sell. Uh, maybe maybe there was a thing between Grandma and Max, and so he wanted to get her out of the way. Here is the thing. Uh, I guess you're not really going to know it until later, but we're going to say, um, let's see, we're going to say that what happened is that told him that Violet told him that it was Max, or no, Violet told him, yeah, no, wait, I had this worked out. Just give me a sec. Uh, oh yeah, Violet ordered it. Why? Because she did not like Red at all. Almost as much as Grandma didn't like Max and Red being together. She really didn't like it, you know. and she was actually the one that quote unquote called the hit on Grandma, uh, and then he could dispose of Red by using Kurt against her. Okay. Okay, so I kind of messed up here a little bit too. Um, okay, she's actually about ready to contact Max. Um, and then here, she is going to go back and join Max after they decided to join the army. So join Max's army. She's about ready to go leave. And it almost doesn't matter in a chronological order when this is, because she could be. She'd probably do this. This plot point 2 is probably um, before the climax of the main plot, essentially. So, sorry about my bad habits. I'll try to be a little bit more conscious about it. Okay, so where are we at? Kurt then converses, but also mentions how it was Max who ordered it in order to be able to control her. And then the climax is, well, maybe this happens way before. Okay, let's add a thing up here. Let's say Red rejoins Max to tell him the news. Um, rejoins Max to tell him the news. But he confronts her. Um, I'm a little iffy here about how to structure this because they kind of the way that they go together. Let's see. Um, Max to tell him the news. This could happen before she rejoins Max. Okay. She goes to rejoin Max. The decision of the army. And to ask him if it's true that he ordered Kurt to get Grandma. Okay. It's a lot of words for a plot point, but that's alright. Okay, so we can say I'll just go ahead and even if it's not readily like you can't tell it so that's this. So plot point two is it's plot point two. That's okay, that's easy enough. Um let's see something here. I'm trying to I'm trying to reconcile this part where he jumps out the bushes and this part of here where Kurt confronts her. So Kurt confronts her and then he goes back. Um oh, on her way back to escort the wolf pack. On our way back to escort the wolf pack, Kurt jumps out of the bushes. Uh, okay. Max replies he doesn't know what she's talking about. Uh, and she goes back to the wolf pack. She goes back to the wolf pack. When Kurt jumps out of the bushes. They tumble into the brush. Red's cries cease suddenly, and then okay, I guess I'll do the same thing here, and honestly, I still almost feel like I still almost feel like this is maybe a little bit too dark, maybe a little bit. Um, I wonder if there's a way I can lighten it and still get the same thing across. Because what Kurt's gonna do is he's gonna go back and and honestly, this little revelation about Violet being the one behind orchestrating it uh, is not that important exactly. It's just another thing that kind of adds a layer here, I guess, because Red isn't going to be able to cry about it. She's going to be able to find out because she's gone. Um, so the subplot kind of parallels the main plot in the sense that they're almost identical, except her trying to find out who ate Grandma. Anywho, Um, I guess that's it for this character for Red. That is it for Red, and I almost wish I could have gotten Kurt's story done. I mean, it's almost written himself, you know. And it's almost got to be kind of out of here, not out of my original thought process. Because he's no longer Cowardly Werewolf, I got to come up with this original. I got most of it kind of in my head, but it's just kind of, I don't know, kind of floating around in there. So I don't got some real structure or some real idea of structure just yet. Um, Main plot and subplot. Kurt's Kurt's main. Oh, this is the old. Right, this is the old one, and then this is the new one. Because Kurt's main plot is to take control of the Wolf Pack. Um, so I'm gonna guess that Kurt is going to know about Violet. He's gonna know how to contact her, and maybe he actually already knows about the little jealousy, the little thing between them. Maybe he heard some rumors or something, and then that's when he makes the deal with her, and he says, "I can get rid of Red permanently if you make me the head of the Wolf Pack." And Violet agrees, and so that's going to be part of his main plot. His subplot, I don't know if I thought of a subplot for him yet. That's the only thing. So I have to think of what I could use for subplot, or if I had already done it, but just don't remember what it is. Maybe I'll call Kurt. Kurt's nickname is Biter, like I had before the name Biter. You know, Kurt Wolf turns into werewolf. Kurt the Cowardly Werewolf. Um, but maybe I could just make him Biter is like Biter like Biter, but it's spelled Beiter, so it kind of looks kind of Germanish, German like. It's just supposed to look that way. I don't know if that's even a real word or anything. Hopefully, it's not like a real word. It's like some swear word or something. But yeah, Kurt. Okay, let's do this. Actually, let's do this. Go down. Okay, right here. Kurt. Well, maybe I could just say Biter. Biter is his nickname because that's what he does. Wolf. Okay, Biter. Okay, fine. Kurt Biter Wolf. 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 Uh, plot outline. Main plot. Um, Kurt is second in command next to Rottweiler. Uh, They're the werewolf leader. Kurt wants to become the new leader. So he makes a deal with Violet Moon Shadow to get rid of a long-standing problem she's had with Scarlet with Red. We'll just leave Red with Red. Okay. She'll make Kurt the leader of the pack if he disposes of Red, which he does. Subplot? I'm not sure what the subplot is. What is Kurt's subplot? What does he personally want? I mean, obviously, becoming leader of the pack is something he really wants, but that's kind of the main goal for him. So what is this? What could be a smaller, less main goal for Kurt? Another thing I have to think up. Pardon me. Um, yeah. So it's. Have I said anything about a subplot or what could be used as a subplot? Plot. It's army. Plot outline. What would make a good subplot for Kurt? Um, I don't know. It might be weak. I could have him where his second plot. Of course, he wants to become leader, and so that's his main goal. Uh, I don't know. What would the subplot be? I don't know. It's another thing I have to think about, I guess. I was hoping I would get at least get his subplot going here. Could ask ChatGPT. Um, Current access plan, setting up Red for an ambush. That's the main plot. Let me ask ChatGPT some here. Um, oh shoot, you're not even looking at this. Why? Anyways, I didn't get that much done here. Uh, still working on Kurt Snail, his main plot. Second in command next to Rottweiler, the werewolf leader. Kurt wants to become the new leader, so he makes a deal with Violet Moonshadow to get rid of a long-standing problem she's had with Red. She'll make Kurt the leader of the pack if he disposes, we'll say disposes of Red, which he does. And then, okay. Did I mention any subplots for Kurt? Well, take control. It probably won't get it right, but I'll look anyways. The return buyer convinces Merwolf returns. Yeah. Well, I already started working on Kurt's story, and it's going to be slightly different than that. No, fighter. Instead, since he's no longer the cowardly werewolf, um, I just made his middle name fighter name pronunciation uh, as his nickname to represent what he does. So his main plot is taking over the Wolf Pack, where he makes the deal with Violet to dispose of Red, which he does. Um, so now I'm stuck thinking up another subplot for Kurt. Let's see what it comes up with. Memory updated. Okay. You probably see me like doze off here a little bit, which I tend to do sometimes. I promise I won't be doing that upcoming. I'm gonna go to bed at a decent time tonight. Tomorrow, when I do the editing, I'm not gonna be all tired out and stuff. I'll be alert. It'll just be the editing though. Still, season control of World Pack. He already succeeds in disposing of Ray. Here are a few possible subplots to add depth to his character and motivations. Secret rivalry with before making his deal with Violet, Kurt had already been plotting against Rottweiler. He's been secretly turning werewolves to his side. Okay, that's not bad. Outright challenge for leadership. He sabotages Rottweiler, spreading misinformation, leading fellow raids, or make him look weak. Once Red is gone, he uses her betrayal as further leverage to oust Rottweiler completely. Violet actually does the work. Maybe. Two agenda. Kurt's ambitions may not stop at controlling werewolves. He could have a personal grudge against Max or Violet and is only playing along for now. Maybe he has his own plans for the curse. Rather than wanting freedom from it, he wants to strengthen it and create the ultimate werewolf army. Ooh, I like that, actually. That would almost turn into... That could almost turn into a main plot. Um, that's actually less a subplot material. The subplot might be that he gets rid of Red, but in reality, it's part of. It's almost could be part of the main plot. Getting part of Red could be the first part, you know. So the midpoint, he gets rid of Red, and then um, she gives him control, and that's the big midpoint is when he gets control of the Wolf Pack, and then what he decides he wants to do. He wants to become even more powerful, so maybe he seeks somebody, a witch or a wizard, or maybe Max himself. Red knows that a werewolf ate her grandmother, but doesn't know which one. It turns out Kurt himself was the one responsible. He doesn't just want power; he wants to erase Red's legacy Yeah, but that's not a subplot. Number three isn't a subplot. Um, Number three is not a subplot. It's actually what happens anyways. However, one and two sound pretty good. However, two actually sounds more like it should be part of the main plot, with getting rid of red being the first part of it. Uh, Point might be where he takes control of the wolf pack and then decides he wants to strengthen the curse by seeking someone who has magic, like a witch or wizard or something. This still leaves me without a subplot, although number one can still be subplot material. See what it says for there. And I haven't even thought about that. I mean, it just kind of takes it to a new level. It makes his story even more important. Yeah, go ahead. Making strengthening the curse the main plot gives Kurt a larger arc beyond just overthrowing Red. His subplot of secretly undermining Rottweiler beforehand adds more depth to his political maneuvering within the pack. If you still want another subplot, you might consider a deal with an outside force. First, seeking a witch or wizard to strengthen the curse, Kurt might already be in contact with someone outside the werewolves, a rogue, sorcerer, a dark fae, or a powerful beast who has their own agenda. Could be something that he keeps secret from Violet, setting up future betrayals or conflicts. Perhaps for his power might be something he didn't fully anticipate, creating a potential weakness later. Um, Alright. It looks like I'm gonna have to do this again next next time. So it looks like we're here. Maybe I should put it in a note. What time is it? 4:30? I mean, that's just almost perfect timing anyways. But let's go over here. Okay. So, uh, main plot. Uh, Here. Let's do something a little bit different. I'll do it in notes. Okay, I'll do it in notes. I don't care if it's not the same length, I guess. Where is... Will they usually tell a cursor position, or do they? Oh, I thought it would. Okay, don't worry about it. It's fine. Let's just do it this ways. Home. C. Then Control V. And let's just do this. Note. Might change Kurt's main plot to uh, to find a way to strengthen the curse so that the werewolf army could even be more powerful. There's a thing. Okay, so John ends up fighting Max. Okay. Possibly wanting to take control of Max's full operation. Um, Kurt's subplot might involve secretly turning werewolves against Rottweiler. Kurt's subplot might involve secretly turning werewolves against Rottweiler. Um, before Violet puts Kurt in charge. Okay, I just wanted that note there for later. Okay. Okay, so I need to do a little end recording here for today to show what all I did today. Okay. So let me start the recording, and then I should be done here in a sec, and should be done for today. Okay, so what I got done today was I finished Red's plot outlines and her subplot, which involves the main plot involves her involves Red creating a werewolf army for Max because of her particular set of skills, and her subplot is searching for the werewolf that ate Grandma. Um, and then I started working on Kurt's subplot, Kurt Wolf, since he's no longer a coward. I didn't think it was appropriate to call him the cowardly werewolf, and so I was thinking of his main plan so far was to take over the Wolf Pack, to take over Rottweiler's position, and he makes a deal with Violet to dispose of Red so that Violet can put him in charge of the rest of the werewolves. And then I asked ChatGPT for some ideas for a subplot, and it came up with a thought about maybe Kurt wants to strengthen the effects of the curse, which turn them into werewolves, and that's even making them even more powerful. And I was thinking maybe he even has delusions of grandeur and might want to take over Max's whole operation if he gets that far. And so, and then the other idea for subplot is where Kurt secretly undermines Rottweiler as a set in command. It makes him ineffective, and then basically kind of reminds them what Red did to them, and starts turning people or werewolves against Rottweiler. And so I didn't actually get to making the subplot here, but I think I'm going to change the main plot to this more ambitious plan here that gives him more of an important role in the whole plot. Anyways, that's all I did today, and we'll see what I do next time. Okay, so let's go here so you can wait a sec. Oh no, okay. Let's go here so you can look at my stupid, ugly face again before I take off. What is this? Oh, why? Okay. Anyways, so yeah, actually, I want to thank all of you that either listen or actually watch some of it, even though there isn't much to watch. I was going to do some drawing today and I forgot. I started playing around with the Blender grease pencil last night, and I was finding out that I was able to get a little bit more control. I finally, after playing around with it a little while, kind of regained a little bit of that muscle memory. It's not much. I mean, I still can't draw over the hoot on it, but at least it's a little bit better than it was. I can start drawing some circles and some straight lines and things, and I'm going to continue to practice so I can see if I can get good enough. So when I start making some images, some sketches, some concepts or thumbnails or whatever, they at least look like maybe you can identify the image or the thing that I'm trying to draw. Anyways, I want to say thanks. I want to say I should be back tomorrow for editing more videos. I'm working on, I believe I'm working on update 11. And I'm almost to the point of the new way I started recording videos, where I just started taking short little recordings of what I accomplished that day. So we'll see how that works out. And I should be able to get caught up on these updates here pretty soon, I think. I think it's going to start going even faster than it has been. So anyways, yeah. So thanks for watching, and I will see you later. Thank you for watching.